Hi everyone. Hi Anno, hi Cass, hi Fast, hi Cat and Taka. Thanks for coming in. Obviously this is a completely new setup, so bear with me. Let me know if there's any issues with the audio and stuff. But yeah, welcome to my workbench. This is where I do like the main design and work when I do leathercraft. Oh, music is a little loud? Okay, I can adjust that. Okay, how about that? Hopefully that's a little better. Perfect. Yeah, but this is probably not going to be too much of a talky stream. I'll talk here and there, but this is mostly just for us to bottle double together. If you guys have anything you guys need to do or take care of, if you want to just hang out, you want to chat, that's totally fine too. But it's going to be mostly silent, and yeah, it's just the audio setup is specifically set up for like the kind of ASMR-y stuff, which honestly, I don't know, we're trying it out. Yeah, I also hope I don't get like a copyright strike. This music, technically I've licensed it out, so here's hoping. But if you do want to visit them, you can go down into my about page. All the music comes from Chill Hop Studio or label, whatever they are. I don't know. Yeah, how are you guys all doing tonight? For the first time, this is so cool and professional looking. Oh, thanks! This is what I spent most of my day yesterday and today kind of setting up. Yeah. Nice though to have background music. I felt like it needs it, especially because it's going to be fairly silent in general. But yeah, kind of wanted to just capture that we're working next to each other kind of thing. But yeah, so you can hear like, you know, like flipping pages and stuff like that. Yeah, I hope your guys' night is going well. Yeah, sorry, catching up to chat here, but Missy Cat, you're gonna be in and out because you have super bad attitude tonight. That's totally okay. But yeah, I hope you guys get to work on something fun. You know, I'm still gonna be here. I'll be watching chat. I've got my Keychron K3 here to type with everybody. Catching up on dailies and I'll draw. Perfect. That's what I like to hear. So we're gonna be locked in for 8 hours? Okay. I don't know about 8 hours, but maybe like 3 or 4, that's probably where we'll be. Yeah. Thank you guys all for coming. So just so you guys know, today I'm going to be working on some design work for a purse that I'm trying to design. So I generally like to draw my stuff out. I like to visualize it through a drawing first, and then I'll convert it into a pattern. I've already done a lot of work for it. So in case you guys can't see, here is our pattern. I just titled it Leather Shoulder Bag. But it's kind of my attempt at getting to make something a little bit closer to like fancy, if that makes sense. But yeah, so I've already done some design work, making some things already, patterns for the panel. So I have a lot of like diagrams, measurements, and these are all patterns that I'm going to transfer to leather. Same thing with this. This is for the top panel, so like the flap that goes over, so it'll be something like this. But yeah. Get cozy, everybody. We're gonna be getting going here. But yeah, I hope you guys have a wonderful night. You want to commission one someday? You want a fancy purse? Well, let me see if I can figure this one out first. It's wonderful with y'all here, so thanks for making this happen. Oh, thanks. Yeah, this is something new. I figured I'd try it. I've kind of been putting this off, so this is kind of my kick to make sure we get it done. But right now, I'm designing what's called a gusset. The gusset is essentially the part of the bag or purse that surrounds the outside. So, for instance, this is a little pouch that I made for an external hard drive. So this is a M.2 SSD enclosure. But I made this little pouch so that I can carry it around. It's protected. But a gusset is this part right here. So this is essentially the shell on the outer edge that aren't the front or back panels of a bag or a purse or something. Oh, you want to throw a bit? So beautiful. Oh, thanks. Sorry, I'm not there yet, but maybe soon. Really is fantastic leatherwork. Thank you. Yeah, this is the bench, so you get this. I can show you guys some fun stuff. What should I even show? Let's see. I think you guys have seen this before. This is my pouch that I made, or my case that I made for my stitching chisels. So these are basically long toothed, essentially punches. You can see there's like a teeth here, and these are used to puncture leather so that I can make the stitches. So everything I do is hand stitched. There is no there is no machine. I'm the machine. But those are French style chisels, so they're flat, and these are more these are what's called diamond style chisels. So you can kind of see the shape of these, and the profile of these are diamonds. But I made this case. This is like a little case for my set of chisels. And then this is also a set of chisels. This is actually one of the first things I ever made. I guess I can do it like this, huh? Oh, to be a chisel. Yeah, but this is actually one of the very first things I ever made. This leather I bought on Amazon, and you can kind of see that it's like really not finished at all. Like it's really rough on the interior. There are techniques to get rid of that stuff. And, like all the edges are really rough. But yeah, I keep it around because this is just, you know, it's nostalgic. Anji, it's great leatherwork. Thank you. I don't think it's super incredible, amazing. There are much better people out there than I am. I just see this as a hobby. Oh, actually, I can show you this. This is my round knife. And I made this sheath for it. So these edges are finished. These were sanded down, and then I do a technique called burnishing, which makes the edges all smooth, seals up the fibers so that the edges don't fray or anything like that. But this is a really wild looking knife. But this is a round knife. It is a traditional leathercraft tool that takes a lot of skill to use that I don't have. I've tried to use it a couple times, but it is difficult. Yeah. But it's got this nice wooden handle. And it's, oh, there you go. You can see the logo. It's got my brand logo on it. guys are all cozy. So, just to give some insight into what I was doing, I started with a small scale design just to kind of get the shape out, just to figure out basically the dimensions of it. And I kind of scaled it up to see if it was something that was proportionally good. And now making a full-size version. have a drink using cards? Okay. Look. I have a whole hydro flask. Look, and just to prove it, it's actual water. That's large. Yeah. This is my 40-ounce hydro flask. One of my New Year's resolutions a few years ago, actually I think it was like 2 years ago now, was to drink more water. So I set the challenge for myself that I drink one of these top to bottom every day. And for the past 2 years, I've done that. Give or take like a day or two in 2 years. But I fill it up in the morning, make sure it's empty sometime during the day. It's kind of like my morning ritual. You need to do that more, so thank you, senpai. I don't know about the senpai thing, but you know what? Healthier habits. No problem, Cass. Ooh, welcome back, Cass. Warm tea? Perfect. Nice and cozy. That's weirdly called lately. It is. Not that I'm complaining. I'd rather take it. I'd rather take the cold rather than, you know, being in the hot summer sun. I don't have AC, so. is our gusset. So theoretically, the way this will work. Make sure I put my center line here. Center. That's not centered. What? What was I doing? 3.25. Oops. Yeah, it's coming along. But this is just the patterning stage, so not sure if it'll work. But essentially, we have your main panel here. This will attach something like this, and then we'll like wrap around. Just gonna test fit a little bit right now, just to see if we're in the right ballpark. Now to try, yeah. The one awkward thing about leather is that because it has thickness to it, you have to kind of account for that when you make curves. The material is actually quite forgiving, but when you're making steep curves or when you're making rounded curves, the extra thickness adds radius because the outer diameter is a little bit thicker than the inner. Or a little bit longer, I should say. Sorry. This is about what we're looking at. So based on this, what I can see is that it's a little bit long, which is fine. We can adjust for that. There you go. It fits pretty well. My sinuses are going crazy right now and it sucks. Oh no. I've been so blessed that I haven't had major sinus issues in general. Like, I don't have asthma or anything like that, and I'm not super sensitive to pollen. But I absolutely sympathize with the plight of like allergies and sinus issues. I do get the runny nose though. Theoretically, it should kind of like this. We'll have another piece on the inside, or on the other side here. This is so hard. Wait, I can do that. There you go. So this would be kind of like the general shape, which I know you guys can't really see, but here. So it'll be something like that. Then this will have a flap that goes over to the other side. But the measurements are within the error range, so I marked in here, right where it comes up, just so that I could see it. This is like one of those really hard things because I really don't know how to approach gusset construction and accounting for the thickness of the leather around a curve. So when I made the original measurements for the length of this gusset, it was kind of just based on what I ran into before, and I gave about a 1/4 inch extra play. So to kind of illustrate what I mean by that thickness, so this is just a scrap for a piece that I didn't like and messed up. So this is actually the leather that it's going to be in. It's this nice pebbled leather. But you can see right here how the leather has some thickness, right? This thickness, when you curve it like this outer diameter will have more length to cover than this interior one. So if you were, for instance, to, like, let's say you had a piece of leather that was like this, and you're going to wrap something around a curve, when you cut this outer shell to length, you have to accommodate for that extra thickness so that you don't measure only this, but you have to add a little bit of play for the curve around. That's kind of what makes it a little bit difficult, and you kind of have to just play it by eye. But that being said, I think this will work. What I'm mapping out right now are the anchors for the shoulder straps. So in the bag pattern here, the shoulder straps are going to be held on the side by like an anchor piece here. So this is a separate piece that is riveted, or I might Chicago screw it on, but I'm trying to map that out. generally with an anchor piece like this, it essentially looks like a... Well, I'm designing this one to make it look like kind of like a ribbon here. But the reason why that is because you fold it over so that you have the outer hide on both sides, but you have a D-ring or some kind of ring in here. And this is what you put like a loop on. So, hold on. I have visual aids because I'm at my workbench. So these are what are called loops. You've probably seen them on a lot of bags. This one's a little bit fancier, or something like this. It's just a basic hoop. But generally speaking, where to put my thing? Oh yeah. So generally speaking, you have a piece of leather like this. This is just an anchor that loops around the ring itself. This holds it in place, and then this goes onto the side of a piece of leather. So like if it was on the side of this, it would anchor like that, and then you'd have a loop where you could put a strap on. You could do something like that. Oh, hi Alex, welcome in. Come and join the little cozy stream. I might have to make this bigger. I'm not sure. We'll see, I guess. Very cozy, very cozy. So I'm designing a leather purse right now. So these are some of my draft designs. So this is just kind of like the basic face of the bag here. Then I have like a little side profile, and then a little back. But I wanted to try my hand at making a purse like a little bit more fancy. You might have seen like the type of purse that I made for Cat. I posted a couple pictures of it. That's like a little bit unique, I should say. It's not like a generic purse shape. Well, actually, here, this is one of my earliest prototypes of that purse. Yeah, so this one's like not finished at all. But I did leave this one out in the sun, so it's all tanned. The teardrop shape from the profile side would be nice, yeah. So that's the idea. I wanted the little kind of, you know, taper inwards. Yeah. So this is only suntan. This is untreated raw leather. It probably looks a little bit more orange because the camera is a little bit warm. But this is basically what happens when you leave like a basic hide out in the sun. So this is an undyed, just regular old cow's hide. So you can kind of tell the difference in color between the two. Right? Because at the end of the day, cow skin or leather is skin, so just like us it tans. Gotta see the pictures do not do cats for justice. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I had a lot of fun making that. That was honestly one of my proudest achievements. That one came out so well. No worries, cat. You take care of yourself. Gotta make sure that the allergies don't go crazy. But yeah, so this is what I mean. This is an anchor that I made for like a strap here. So this is essentially what I just made. This one is riveted in, but I'm thinking I might do something different. I might do like screws, like Chicago screws for the other one, but I don't know yet. We'll see. Oh yeah. Yeah. Just regular old leather purse. BRB, my body is so sore from packing. I'm gonna take the hottest shower. Yes, take the hottest shower. Me too. I wonder if something's in the air. I know, right? I've been indoors all day. Well, actually, no, I shouldn't say that. I did go out to run a quick errand today, but I've been mostly indoors. So I think I've avoided the brunt of it. Actually, since I have this out, do you guys want to take a look at all the hardware? You would love to see? Well, okay. First, we can start off with what I have on the desk here. So this is a chain. This is a chain strap. So for the purse, I had an idea that the shoulder strap was gonna be a chain. Back from the store. Welcome back, Frost! Yeah, we're just showing off some hardware right now. Yep. So yeah, I had the idea that the shoulder strap is gonna be a chain. So our little anchor here is actually gonna be for a little hook, so you can hook it onto the chain. And then it's gonna also have a regular, just a basic handle. But otherwise, this is the... So, this is my O-rings, D-rings, and loops. Hopefully you guys can see that. Yeah. So these are just loops of all different kinds. So I showed you these, which are D-rings. They usually have a flat bottom, but they're just, used to hook stuff onto. I also have like rectangular ones. These are kind of like aged bronze, or brass I should say, sorry. But then I also have some unique stuff. So this little guy here, this is actually a watch strap. So this would go basically onto like the watch side, so there'll be a little loop there, right? And then you kind of like put your strap through. And then I have bigger ones if you really wanted to. Hopefully you guys can see that. And then I just showed you these. So these are kind of like D-rings too, but they kind of come to a point. You love the sound of me grabbing them? Yeah, they're on little packages and stuff. We're very ASMR tonight. And then I have bigger ones. Yeah. So this is the O-rings, D-rings, and loops box. But I have plenty more. this is my screws, feet, and miscellaneous box. So in here I have what are called Chicago screws. So Chicago screws are basically... You love the orange? I know, right? I saw the orange, I'm like, I have to have these because the orange makes it so eye-catching that I know exactly where they are. Yeah, so these are Chicago screws. They're basically two pieces, right? There's one side with a head and then a shaft, and then another head and a screw. And the idea is that these screw together, so you make essentially a connection like that, and then you have like a body of leather in between here or something. These are good if you measure right. Because of the screw force, it'll be very secure. The big problem with this is that because of the shaft length, you're kind of stuck to having to use a certain size or thickness of material that you have to go through. But that's why I have all sorts of sizes. So I have this one right here. This one's a little bit shorter. And then I have these little itty bitty ones. Ooh, look at that. He's so tiny. I also have bag feet. So these are just like little feet, you know, for the bottom of a bag so they can sit on the table or something. They can lift it up. And then I have these, which are kind of weird. I don't know, I kind of bought them on impulse. But they're basically like little embellishments. Like a little blue gemstone or something. I don't know, I thought they would be kind of nice, but I haven't actually used them yet, so I don't know how useful they'll be. But it was cheap, so I bought a whole bunch of them. That's screws and feet and miscellaneous. Okay, and now we got one of the big ones. So this is, I don't know if you can see this, but it says closures and loops. Actually, before I forget, let me put this away just so I don't lose it. But this one has a lot of stuff in it. So closures and loops, these are basically, this is basically my box that kind of like attaches two things together. So I have everything from loops like these, which are just, you know, regular like loops with a spring tooth here so that you can, you know, hook something on it like a carabiner. I have these little kind of gold ones, which are itty bitty, very tiny. Slightly bigger version of that. Yeah. But then I also have stuff like this. So these are magnetic closures. So one side has a magnet and another side has a peg. So it registers to itself, and boop, it's a magnet. So essentially this would be something like this is sitting on the face of a bag or something like that, and then this is like part of the flap, and you close the flap and then it magnetizes shut. And then I have the same idea. These are brand new, so these are actually, I bought these for the purse, but they're the same idea, where they're magnetic closures, but these are rounded edges, and just a little smaller too. And then I have this closure here. I like this one. I like the look of it, but the design is so specific. I can't use it in a lot of stuff. But it's basically exactly just like a regular loop. Just this like kind of triangular with a unique shape. I don't know. I think it's really cool. And then you have like a little hook here, so you can like hook it onto something if you wanted, or you can put like, you know, a piece of leather through like a loop. Oh yeah. Okay. This thing, I don't know what to use it for, but I really wanted to buy it. I saw somebody who had like a harness that was using it to carry cameras, and they use these loops to hook their cameras onto their harness and let them hang. But these are actually sail fisherman hooks, so these are quick release. So essentially you have a loop here on the side, and when this gets pulled, it releases a peg right here that lets the shaft open up like this, right? So essentially when you're like in the ocean, in the wind and stuff like that, and you need to like release a sail really quickly and bring it down, that's what these are for. So essentially you can tie this to a line that's somewhere, and then you just have to yank the line, and then the force will automatically open it up. And you can just push them shut, and they're super secure. I thought this was so cool. I don't really know what to use it for, but I really had to have it. Very cool. And then I have these. These are what are called Japanese style fisherman hooks. So essentially the idea is that it's no closure, it's a static piece, there's no moving parts, I mean other than the loop, but it's meant to be like hooked onto a belt loop or something like that, and because of the length, it actually ends up being very secure. I actually have on my key case this loop, but it's a super unique shape. I like the concept of it because there's no moving parts, but it's supposed to be fairly secure. I think it's kind of cool. And then up here we have all my snaps. So snaps are just like what they sound. There's something like this, right? You have a little male end that goes into a female end here, and they just snap shut, and they're secure. It's about your basic closure, no? What you see on probably a lot of like the cheaper stuff, but they're very effective, and they're super easy to use. But I have like all sorts of sizes. And then I have these, which are just little push closures. We saw it on the bag earlier, so probably not going to elaborate too much on them, but yeah. They're just like, you know, the little slide style pushers. Yeah, that was my closures and loops. There's two more. Okay. This one is my, hopefully you can see that, my rivets and grommets. So if you need to attach leather in a more permanent way, I normally use a rivet. Do I have anything? Oh, I do. Perfect. Okay, so my round knife here. On one side, it has snaps that you can open it up and release the tool. But on the other side, the straps are held in with rivets. So these are standard style. Male into female, and it's not that kind of site. I'm sorry. I didn't know what else to say. Positive and negative ends? I don't know. Yeah. But rivets are essentially that. You have a side with a head, and then there's a shaft, and then another side with the head and then a receiving end, and essentially you hammer it together, and then as you hammer it, this shaft depresses and mushrooms out and then locks itself into place. But I have all sorts of rivets from itty bitty ones like these. Look at how tiny these are. They're so cute. Two much larger ones. I even have a little spoon just in case you need to scoop a whole bunch of rivets out. Oh, but also, really importantly, these are what are known as double cap rivets. So essentially, there are two ends with a cap on it. So they both have this kind of rounded cap end. There are also single cap rivets, which are essentially like the single cap with a shaft. And then there's another kind of like ring on the that's supposed to go on the other side, and you hammer and deform the shaft so that it mushrooms out and spreads out like around that ring, and that's how you seal it. And normally you kind of snip off the excess of those with a hefty pair of wire cutters. Gotta get rid of the bot. Ooh. I had to go to the other computer. But yeah, also have grommets, which are, same as sewing grommets. They're just like, little rings to open up a hole in a material and keep the hole from fraying and ripping out further. Yeah, these rivets are super duper tiny. Oh shucks. Ooh. I forgot to put this away. last one. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. This is my buckles and large hardware box. So buckles, like the name implies, are things like this. You know, you've probably seen a belt buckle before. That being said though, I think everybody knows intuitively, but there are actually different kinds of buckles. There are what's called single heel and center heel or double heel buckles. So a single heel buckle is something like this. So the heel refers to the outer part of the buckle. So the center shaft is what holds the tongue, and then the outside is what's called a heel. So a single heel buckle just has the shaft and then the outside. A double heel or a center bar buckle is like this. So it has the center shaft, but then it also has two heels on the outside. That being said, buckles are not terribly exciting, so I don't know how much I can embellish, but they even make them super tiny. You can use this for like a wristwatch or something like. Also, blank zipper. So this is like a cut to length your own kind of zipper thing. Got like all the zipper hardware, so these are like the closure, the stopper, things like that. The actual zipper pull. Now that I think about it, these are massive. And then I have these, which are like, you know, like the rings for a binder or something like that. You just screw in, you know. Not exciting, I totally buckled in for them. Oh, damn, that was good. Alright, you got that one today. I'll give you the clap. Alright, buckle up everybody, we're talking about buckles. And the place that I actually get most of my hardware is actually called Buckle Guy. As the name suggests, they specialize in buckles and all sorts of leather hardware. They're fantastic. I've had an account with them for a while. They're super nice, but sometimes take a little bit long to ship. But that's okay. But yeah, they're based in Massachusetts. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that little journey through some of my hardware. That's all I've got. I don't think I can go into anything else that's kind of fun. Yeah, nice little distraction. It's cool, you have a lot of options, it's very impressive. Oh, thank you. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, a lot of what I've got is kind of just like looking at something that I want to make and it'd be like, okay, what do I actually need for that? And then ordering 10 of them. Because I have an account with Bakugai, the more I order, well, I can order in bulk and get discounts, and the minimum bulk discount is 10. So sometimes I'll order a whole bunch extra just to use it. But that being said, I think we have most of the main pieces for our purse here. So we have our front panel, our back panel, and our cap. It kind of goes over like that. Our gusset that wraps around the outside. The anchor points for the strap. Those will be anchored like that. Technically I need to make a handle. I also need to kind of measure out the strap if I don't use the chain one. I'll be honest, I'm not sure if I'm going to use like the whole chain, because it actually has that rattle. So, I don't know, it seems a little bit like, forgive my anime parlance here, but a little bit anime like onnabancho, if you're familiar with the term, like the Yakuza, like girl gangsters, you know how they have like the chain and stuff like that clanks around? It's a little bit weird. The one thing I do need to do though is that I forgot to cut the overlap for the flap. So when I attach the flap to the back panel, so when I'm attaching the flap to the back panel here, there should be a little bit of overlap here so that I can stitch it in. And I completely forgot to do that with this. So, oops. So, what I'll do is I'm gonna cut an extra piece and then just tape it on. Oh, also, I don't know if you guys are familiar with one of these. This is what's called a 1-2-3 block. Ultra mega useful tool for makers. It's called a 1-2-3 block because it's 1 inch by 2 inch by 3 inch, and it's literally just a rectangle. But it's so useful for all sorts of things. Because you have no measurements. If you need to make a measurement in a pinch of like a small 1 to 3 inch measurement, very easy. It is planed, so it's 90 degrees on every side, so you can know if you want to make like a 90-degree angle, something like that, you can guarantee you have it. And because it's straight, you can use it to like butt up against stuff. So what I'm doing here is that I have this line here that is where the piece that I just cut has to line up. So I'm gonna use it to essentially be my guide as I align the piece I just cut. You can use it as a paperweight, so I hold things in place. Oh, what a tape! Ah, shucks. Do you even have more tape? I don't know. No, I should. I don't know where it is. Darn it. As you can tell, we run a very tight ship around here. Oh, that's annoying. I swear I bought more tape at one point. Oh, wait, look. It's like I knew. Past me knew I needed tape. So I bought a thing of tape. It was within reach of me, and I have more. It's almost like I know what I'm doing. I don't know if you guys are into like the workshop infrastructure kind of stuff. But I really enjoy the concept of having like a good, well-designed workshop or workbench. I watch a lot of Adam Savage, of Mythbusters fame, and I picked up a philosophy from him for designing like a workshop or a workspace of any kind. He adheres to a principle that he calls first order retrievability, which is, I think, an incredibly intuitive way to handling like your own shop. And the concept of first order retrievability is basically that the first place that you think something should be is where it should go. And I have extended that a little bit further with my own twist, is in that everything that I use that's important to me needs to be within arm's reach. Needs to be within arm's reach. So, like, I haven't gotten out of my desk really. I have my tape. It's like up here. It's hanging on a little hook. You can see this out of frame. This is my hammer. One of my little pounders. But this, like, I have a whole hutch set up in front of me. And I have everything from screwdrivers and like cutting utensils. I have things that I use to mark leather. I have a metal like knife toolbar above me. But yeah, like having something that you really want right there when you need it, I think is a very important thing to have in a workshop, especially when you're in like flow state, when you're like really getting things done and you just need to like go. The dividends will pay out when you realize that you're not thinking about like, okay, where did I leave this thing, or where did I leave that thing, or okay, I gotta go grab that, it's on the other side of the room. There's a lot of like mental equity. One day I'll have my own workshop. Yeah, I honestly hope I have my own workshop too someday. It would be a privilege to have my own workshop. Get a house first. Yeah, that is definitely step one. And I'm also stuck on that step. So now, if we did this right, this is our back panel. This is our front flap that attaches to that back panel. And it should now overlap a little bit, so there's a little bit of seam allowance. Yep, just like that. And we're perfect. So my brother-in-law has offered to build the house for me if I can get the land and materials. Oh, that'd be awesome. Though building a house is a lot of work. Okay, but it's been about 2 hours. I need to go use the restroom. So I'm gonna BRB, which is also not an excuse to have a BRB question. So we're gonna take a quick little break. I'm gonna get up and stretch. But for the BRB question today, what can we do? Okay, do you guys want a food related one or a money related one? A food related one? So speak at the cast. Okay, so for food related one, the question I'll ask is, what is the best crappy restaurant? So to give some explanation on what I mean, to define a crappy restaurant, I don't mean like it's like a restaurant that you hate or anything like that, or like has junk food necessarily, but like a restaurant that I guess it's like it's not like a family mainstream restaurant. It's not like, you know, you're not going to like an Olive Garden or a Chili's or something like that. I'm talking about like the hole in the wall, like a dive. Yeah, not like an IHOP or something like that. You know, like not like a restaurant, like a franchise place. I mean, I guess it could be, but it's like, it's more of a vibe, you know what I mean? Like you kind of know that a restaurant is like maybe lapsed on its, you know, like food health stuff. Maybe their food is kind of like using the same grease from the previous day or something like that, or same oil from the previous day or something like that. Or maybe, you know, like the interior is like a little run down, kind of shabby, a little bit dirty or something like that. But despite all of that, it's your favorite restaurant. To give some context, my family used to go to Kauai all the time. We used to go every year, but every time we would come back, we would always get the late flight back together, and this is like 30 of us as a family total, or close to it, between the aunts and uncles, my grandma and grandpa, and all of the cousins my generation. But with like clockwork, every single time we came back, we went to Rainbow's Drive-In. And we did this for like 15-20 years almost. Before obviously Rainbow's closed, and let's be honest, that place was a dump. But it holds like that special kind of nostalgic memory for me. So it's super duper special to me, and it's one of like my favorite restaurants just because of that. It's awful, the food is not that great, it's really run down, but it has a special place in my heart. But yeah, so with that, I'm gonna type this out in chat so that people who have gone AFK or, you know, are not paying attention as close, they can look at it for if they want to answer it. So alright, I'll be right back. a nice piece of leather here. So I cut this out of one of the bigger hides I have. Okay, let's see what you guys answered. Hold on, I gotta clean up a little bit. Ooh. Okay, let's see. Oh god, where were we? I am trying to scroll up. Okay. Let's see. I don't remember what it's called, but it was in the spot Onias is in now. Right across the street of Gyukaku on South King Street. Oh, Gyotaku. Oh, okay. I was like, I don't remember there being a Gyukaku on King Street. Yeah. Okay, Onia. On South King. That wasn't that curved building, right? Oh, I closed a long time ago, but there was a restaurant that closed down and I love going to... Oh, and I love going to them for their clam spaghetti. But I found out afterwards their sales were nasty and they had a roach problem. No! Oh, I've never had clam spaghetti before, but that sounds good. I don't remember what it was called, but they had the best karaage chicken and gyoza, and it was cheap. I used to go there with Kenji all the time. I am pretty sure that was Sonoya Ramen, right? If I remember correctly. Because it had like... There was like really bare bones interior, and it had like the sign, the white sign with like the blue lettering, I think. Yeah, Sonoya. But yeah, that place was really good. Yeah, I was trying to Google it, Google the name, but we're thinking of the same thing. Yeah. The place would always be empty. Yeah, they were so good. But yeah, clam spaghetti does sound amazing. South King is crazy, but not in a terrible way. Honestly, yeah. King Street in general is just like... It's a whole vibe. Our longtime friend's parents owned a Japanese restaurant and the food was so good. There was a huge rat that lived in the walls of the building and was impossible to catch. My mom knew about it because she worked there and she mentioned it was spotted in the bathroom but ran away. No! I had a rat problem once in my old house. Ugh. Awful. Welcome back, Rachel. Sorry I went AFK, just came back and caught up on chat. No worries, cat. I know you're struggling today, so no worries. You do you, you take care. Oh god, yeah, when I was at the house in town, we had... It wasn't a rat. Well, at least I don't think so. It was a mouse. But oh my god. It took us like 3 weeks to catch that damn thing. It was awful. And like, my cousin had just got like foot mats, like, you know, like the padded kind of like foam foot mats that you put in the kitchens, that when you're like at the sink or you're like at the stove and cooking, it kind of, you know, makes it easier on your feet instead of having to like sit on the vinyl. She bought one of those and this mouse went to town on it. It was like ripping this thing to shreds. Like there was a whole corner that it just completely ate through. And it wasn't even eating it, but like, it was just like ripping it up and tossing the little shards everywhere in the kitchen. This thing was a menace. And like, we put out so many traps. We had like, I want to say like 6 or 7 traps in the places that we had seen it. And we lined all of them with peanut butter. And this thing would not get caught. And it would still be around because it was still ripping up my cousin's mats. Oh, it was terrible. Mouse's out for vengeance? It was. Oh, gosh, yeah. Mice are not a thing. But, thankfully, my cousin and her boyfriend ended up catching it really late at night. Oh my god. Remember our cloud cams got a comet last night? That's awesome! Oh, that's cool. Oh man, I wonder... No, we're not gonna... I'm not gonna go on some crazy 20-minute tangent about computer science stuff. We're not gonna do that. Not tonight. Hold on, but let me catch up to what everybody was talking about before. Yeah, clam spaghetti. Sounds great. Amazing. Do you like it on the creamier end, like a Boston clam chowder with spaghetti noodles? Or more like spaghetti sauce with clams added in? Like oh, Alex likes spaghetti style sauce. But he's open to all. Cass likes the creamier versions. Oh. I generally like cream or dairy-based sauces more than I like the tomato-based spaghetti style sauces. I generally don't care for the acidity of like tomato flavors. I actually really don't like lasagna. That is one of my hot takes. I think lasagna is mid. It is so dense and it is so much. It's like I feel like I'm going to die. It feels like a chore to eat. It's awful. I mean, okay, it's not awful. I will eat lasagna, and I've had good lasagna, but it's just, it's sometimes, a lot of times, it's just too much for me. Seeing the video of the rats and safe was crazy too, now that I remember it. Yeah, I mean, okay, I know everybody has like this bad thing with rats and how they're, you know, dirty and evil, but these suckers are clever. As soon as you get a rat, and like as soon as it's known to like their rat friends that there's like food there, it is awful to handle. It's so hard. They're so smart. Yeah, Sonoya, sorry, to get back to the question, Sonoya was really good. They were absolutely one of those kind of like, they were sort of crappy, but they were actually really, really good. Cause like, if I remember correctly, their tables were like really cheap, like aluminum tables, and they had like really crappy chairs. Oh, but they were so good. Yeah, they're not, I don't necessarily think they're evil, just that they're just trying to survive, that they don't, oh god. Talking is so hard. Yeah, and cheap plastic covers, yeah. They were on a budget. That's how they stayed so cheap. Thank you, NL. We're struggling over here. Yeah, now that we have lot of our patterns cut out. I think I can start tracing out some stuff and transferring it to leather. So this table is not quite big enough for this. I will probably have to go to my cutting bench, which is on that side of the room. But I should have gotten enough material here that we can maybe start cutting stuff up. You're still in awe that you sew these by hand? Yeah, I get that a lot. I don't know. I really like that it's sewn by hand. There's like something about the tactileness of doing it by hand I think is really, really satisfying. But also, like getting to say that you made something completely by hand, stitching and everything. It's a really satisfying feeling. Like for instance this. This is what's called a flat knife. Just like a basic flat blade. This I actually got in Japan. Oops. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's interesting. The metal is reacting with the snap. Oh, but anyway. Yeah, so this knife I actually ended up getting in Japan. So this is actually Japanese steel. But it's a flat knife. And I use this for an operation called skiving. Essentially when you have like a thick piece of leather, like if it's this thick or something like that, and you want to take it down, so you want to like make it a little bit thinner, you do an operation called skiving, which is essentially taking material out of a piece of leather. Like, let's see. I think I have. Actually, yeah. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, I don't know. Like, just the satisfaction of doing like a stitch like this. I don't know. It's just really nice. Apparently the movie I uploaded was one of the SpaceX rocket boosters on re-entry. Oh, I see. But the person who caught it wasn't sure if it was a comet or not. Oh, got it. So not necessarily a comet, but the SpaceX rocket on re-entry. I mean, I feel like that's just as good. SpaceX or China. Okay, I'll be right back. I need to cut that leather down to size a little bit better, but while I'm away, I'm gonna leave it here on this scene, but I'll do like a little bonus BRB question real quick. Oh, hell yeah, Ellen, welcome in! This is a crafting stream? It is! We're doing some crafting. So everybody's hanging out with me while I do a design for a purse. So I've got most of my pattern pieces here, but we're making a purse here. So this is the design that I have. Basically, it's supposed to be a more purse-like purse than the one that I have right now. But yeah, so we spent some time doing one of the last things that I needed to do, which is making the gusset. Patterning it all out, transferring it to essentially just construction paper because it has a little bit more firmness. Yeah. But yeah, welcome in. I hope your night's going well. It's nice and cold tonight too, which is Bellissimo. Yeah, I will be right back to cut that larger hide down to size. And while I'm away, I'll leave you guys with one more quickie question. This one's gonna be a little bit easier, but just chilling and enjoying the vibes. Yeah, thank you. Welcome in, come hang out. We're just gonna chill. Nice quiet night. Yeah, for this question, it's gonna be okay. Is slurping noodles like the peak of harmony or the worst thing possible? Essentially, is slurping noodles good or bad? Okay, I'll be right back. I'll leave you guys with that. Now I'm gonna go cut this later down real quick. Okay. So where do you guys stand on the noodle? Slurping noodles, the absolute bliss. Yes. I'm slurping salmon noodles as we speak. Oh, perfect! If you're not slurping noodles at a Japanese ramen shop, you're insulting them. I know. I think I'll go make noodles in a sec. I've started the noodle trend. Food is meant to be enjoyed and you can enjoy it loudly. Yeah, you gotta sing your food love loud and proud. Oh man, instant noodles does sound good. It really does. Ugh. If it wasn't so late and if I wasn't streaming, I would go make some instant ramen right now. I think I'm used to slurping noodles more because I don't really notice it, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, perfectly honest, I don't know how you can eat noodles without slurping. Yeah. I've been munching on dried mango, wishing it was noodles. Oh, food ASMR. No. No. Electric kettle. Oh, on that note, I finally have an electric kettle. Well, I mean, not me, but there's one in the kitchen downstairs. Oh god. Life-changing. I've always wanted one, but we've never had the counter space to have one. So now that we do, I make miso soup so much. Because I have like a whole tub of miso. So I just make plain miso soup with nothing in it. Just to slurp. Yeah, like, I love slurping noodles. But I've grown up in the environment where it's very, very frowned upon. So like, I don't know. I kind of trained myself out of it. But what can you do? So, we're gonna take these patterns and we're gonna transfer them to the leather. So, generally how this is done, I use a tool called a scratch hole, which is basically just a pointed tip. And the idea is that if I have a piece of leather like this scratch hole, I don't know if you can see that well, makes a groove in the leather. Yeah, kind of hard to see in the light. Maybe if I do it really hard. There you go. Yeah. So I can use that with the patterns that I've made. I can weigh them down, and then I can scratch the design out so that when I take this away, I see the design and then I can cut it out with something a little bit more precise. But before I do that, I do want to make sure that my measurements are correct. So some of the things that I do in my patterns are marking like center points where I need to do a punch for like a hole, or if I need to mark out a specific place for like a label or something like that. And I use like these little X's here, something like that, to kind of like mark where I need to punch. So I want to make sure that's in the right place, because essentially what I do is I just take an awl, go to that point, and punch all the way down. Is it better to etch into the leather rather than marking it with a pen or something? Yeah. Well, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. You can do it with a pen, you can do it with like an etch, but generally speaking, the reason why I generally do it with an awl, and I think most people will do it with an awl, is because the top side of a leather, the top grain, is usually treated, so it doesn't hold ink well. Leather is actually very oily, so even if it doesn't feel like it's in your hand, if you take a pen, let's say, so I have a black pen here, you can mark it, but if you can see, it's really faint, really hard to tell, and it immediately wipes off. So generally you want an etch just so that you can maintain that line and make sure that it's there as you manipulate the leather, as you move it around, and you won't lose that marking. The other thing that I think some people wonder is why not transfer the pattern to the back side and then cut through. There's actually a very specific reason for this. So, I mean, leather is skin, it's a hide, but it's actually made out of tons of little fiber. So the backside, it has like some texture, it's, you know, like a little bit pilly, kind of like felt. Felt is literally just untreated hide. And because it's like essentially a bunch of tiny fibers, if you cut from the flesh side, the flesh side being like this side, which is like towards the flesh of the cow, to the top grain side, you'll get like a little bit of blowout, and it'll be kind of fringy on the ends, so it just makes it take extra work to kind of clean those up. Whereas if you do it the other way, this is usually your hero side. So this is what you're gonna see. You want this side to be pristine. This side is gonna be interior facing. You don't have to be as strict with it. Okay, does it mean that leather is naturally hydrophobic? It depends on the treatment of the leather. Leather by itself is generally not naturally hydrophobic after it's been processed. If it was like, you know, actual skin still in the cow, it's still pretty hydrophobic because like the natural oils from the cow itself, or whatever animal, is still like in the leather. But part of the tanning process is actually essentially dehydrating the leather, and then replacing it with chemicals and like not replacing it, but processing it with chemicals, so that the leather becomes a little bit more pliable. The surface can take a texture, and then just smoothing it out and compressing it so that it's more durable. And part of that process usually involves a couple of different things. I normally work with what's called veg tan leather. What that means is that the leather is processed with natural materials, vegetation basically. It's not like actual plants necessarily, but it's like natural materials. But there's another type of leather called chrome tan, which is usually processed with a chemical called chromexol. And that chemical makes the hide tan really fast, makes it really, really supple, really, really bendable and pliable in your hand. And so it's therefore generally cheaper, just because of the speed it takes. But it has different properties. Veg tan is usually a little bit more stiff. It has a little bit more body to it, for lack of a better way to describe it. But usually when you veg tan leather, to answer your question, sorry, you also do a couple of post-processing techniques to it, depending on the tannery and the type of leather that they're selling. Oh, actually, I have perfect examples for this. Oh boy, I get to talk about leather. This is great. Okay, so I have a couple of different types of leather here. We'll use this one because it's a scrap. So this is the one that I'm making the purse with. This is a veg tan leather. I think this is 4 ounces. Oh, 6 ounces. Maybe 5 ounces. Yeah, but this has like a certain amount of body to it, so like if I pull it down, it will spring back up. The top grain is really not smooth, but it's like textured. It's pebble textured, but there's not a lot of oil on it. It's not waxy or anything like that. So this is like a good leather to like handle in your hand, and will be generally pretty durable. Then I have this leather. This is also vegetarian leather, a little bit thinner, but this was made by a tannery, and the application for this is a little bit more delicate. So the finish is actually fully smooth, but it's a little bit buttery, if that makes sense. I don't really know how to describe the sensation. But it has a certain like waxiness to the feel. So this is a little bit waterproof, but not super duper waterproof. Smooth and buttery? Yeah. I mean, I don't know how else to describe it. It's like one of those things you really have to feel. But it's, if you notice, if I pull it down, it doesn't pop back up as much. So this one is a lot more pliable, has a lot more flex to it. And then I also have this piece. So this is what's called a pull-up leather. You can see there's this kind of like patina to it. This is actually caused by wax that's impregnated into the leather. This is a pull-up leather, and it's called that because as you manipulate the leather, if you can see that it changes color. As you manipulate the leather, the wax inside shifts around and moves. So as you use the bag, it'll actually shift and it'll change the patina on it. Very, very cool. Very, very awesome. But essentially they use a process called hot stuffing, which is that they superheat the leather to a really high temperature. They melt wax into it and then they let it cure. Magic sorcery. Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah, it's magic. Yeah, I love this leather. It looks so pretty. Okay, wait, hold on. I'll be right back. I can get a bag that I made out of it so you can kind of see. So this is my own personal like briefcase laptop bag. Ooh, sorry, a little bit dusty. Yeah, so this is my laptop bag. It's made out of that same material, so this is a waxy pull-up. And it has like this patina from when I used it, right? So you can kind of see that the top here is a little bit more light because all of the creasing is happening up here. Whereas the like back side here, which doesn't see a lot of action, is still pretty dark. Chat's going. I'm so sorry. I need to catch up. Yeah, it's like a natural mood color. The first pebble leather you like? Yeah, I wanted to do something different. I've never worked with like a pebble before, but I feel like it's, you know, kind of luxury feeling. I don't know. So I was gonna try it. I'm trying to behave. I'm gonna sit on my hands before I make inappropriate jokes about hot stuffing. Okay. Oh my god. You'd be too nervous handling such quality material. See, I think that's like the one thing that a lot of people get stuck on when they get into leathercraft. I'm not gonna lie, it is an expensive material, but it's surprisingly forgiving. Because leather has stretch, it has give. You know, like when you make things like this big, you won't notice if it's like a millimeter off or, you know, askew. It's actually quite forgiving. Better be about turkeys. Gutter buddies, oh no. Oh my gosh, anyway, yeah. But this is my laptop bag. So the inside here, I've got some pockets. These are actually false buckles, so they're actually magnetic. So if you remember when I was showing you guys those magnetic closures before, they're held in with that. So they just snap into place. Yeah. But they have the aesthetic of having buckles because I wanted that. And the interior, oh god, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to show this to you guys. Yeah, so the interior has a full divider. I love this bag of yours. Wasn't it perfectly made to fit certain things over here? Yes, it was perfectly made to fit this laptop actually. So this is actually exactly cut and measured to width. But the interior also features this pocket here, which is perfectly sized for my phone, so that it comes right up to the proper height. But I also have this divider part here, so I can hold pens, which I've been looking for this for so long. And then I also have these little thingies here. These are actually cable tie holders. So let's say I had a cable. Oops. Okay, sorry. So yeah, if I had a cable like this, I can loop it around. I should have chosen a better cable. This one's all wibbly wobbly. Ugh. There you go. Yeah. Snaps into place. So I can hold my cables here. So this is for like my laptop charging cable. If I need to carry like a USB cable or something like that, it's right here. And I just unsnap, and then I have a cable. Yeah. And then the last thing is this thing, which is a snap-off keychain. So if I have like keys that I need to take with me or something, I can put them on this keychain. I don't have to like dig through my bag. It's right at the top, removable, snaps right back in. Yeah, this is my laptop bag. But it has, anyway, sorry, I got distracted. I'm showing off. I'm sorry. But it has that pull-up leather, so it has the kind of patina as I use it. You can kind of see, like, as I move it around, like it changes the color. It's very cool. The one thing about this kind of leather though is that it scratches really, really easily. Like all these creases, you know, these stress marks and stuff, they're just like there. It's part of the nature of this kind of leather, but it gives it character. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. My favorite part about this bag though is I hope I can get this in shot. Ugh. Oops. But is this anchor point for my straps? So, for those of you who aren't in the know, which I think is everybody but Kat really, my brand, Tabi Bito Leathercraft, is loosely based off of like Japanese style fantasy and fiction. So the designs that I make are generally speaking fairly fantasy inspired. And this right here, this design was designed specifically to look like a coat of arms, which is why it has that kind of chevron shape. It's one of those like little nerdy details that I added that I'm really, really happy with. Then need this leather layering and rivets. Yes, exactly. Like in Final Fantasy, right? Like you have copious amounts of useless belts, like layered leather straps that don't need to be layered, rivets where there's no connection point. It's a whole thing. It's a whole vibe. So a lot of like my designs generally kind of capture that that feel. I feel like this is very perfect for D&D vibes too. Yes. Yeah. But yeah, when I was making this bag, I was loosely imagining that this is like a bag that like a wizarding student would carry with them to like a wizard school or like a wizard college. You know, something to carry like their scrolls, their spell tome, all that stuff. You're a wizard, Harry. Beautiful vibe. Aw, thank you. Wizard college, yeah. Alex was onto something, yeah. You want a bag like that now? I mean, I can make it. I think I still have the patterns. But this would be very expensive. This would probably be in the ballpark of close to like $1,500 or $1,600. But anyway, yeah. So that's waxy pull-up. How did you pick up leather crafting from the very beginning, by the way? Well, I can tell you, and I will. Or you can visit my website. It has a little about me thing here. But yes, Kat, funny you asked that, because I got into leathercraft because of Kat. They wanted to do some leathercraft for cosplay, and they were like, hey, do you want to join us and try it out? And I'm like, yeah, that sounds fun. That sounds cool. I want to learn like a new thing. So I got into it. I don't know how to describe it. But yeah, then you end up not doing any of it. That's okay. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I just got into it, and it like grabbed me in a way that I think not a lot of things have. The way I generally learn is through trial and error just doing it myself, not being afraid to fail. So when I first started, I bought like a box of like a 50-piece like starter leather craft kit from Amazon. In retrospect, these tools are awful. They are so bad. But they got me going. I did a whole bunch of stuff. Some of it was really, really bad. Some of it was actually not too bad. This again was one of the very first pieces I ever made. It is not finished on the edges at all. Like, the thread is kind of actually not too bad. But I made this when I got my first real pair of stitching chisels. But yeah, I can't really describe how I got into it because it was really just oh, I guess I'll try, and then now I'm doing it. But yeah, if you guys do want to look though, you can check out my website. There's not really anything on it. It's more just to say that I have a website. But there's a little blurb there at the top. You can see the maker and listen to my philosophy behind the craft and how I got into it. But yeah. Really fun. But yeah, I hope that kind of answers your question, Ellen. I know I went way too far, but hopefully that kind of answers a little bit of like the hydrophobic stuff. Pull-up leather, because it has so much wax in it, very hydrophobic, resists water very well, good for bags, but it scratches and like shows wear easily. So if you're not into that, might not want it. Same thing with this. It's like kind of buttery, it's got a lot of oil in it, so it is a little bit hydrophobic. But again, because it has these oils and waxes in it, it does tend to show scratches. And then you have stuff like this. Just the pebbled leather that I'm trying. I'm actually not too sure how well it's gonna hold, but yeah, we're finding out. That's the fun of this project. Every time I start a new leathercraft project, I always try to do something that I didn't do last time. So this time it's using a brand new type of leather. You're good, it's fun to nerd out and talk about things you love and enjoy. It really is! I really enjoy it. And like, I get that people, like, when I mention leathercraft to people, it's a really good like conversation piece for me. Because I feel like it's such an esoteric skill that not a lot of people even realize what goes into it. So it's kind of like my conversation starter in a completely strange company, especially if somebody like notices my purse. But yeah, I don't know. I've always had to have a hobby that works with my hands. Like when I was a kid, I used to do Lego, and then I got into scale model building, like I built Gundams and stuff like that. I did dioramas. But yeah, I've always wanted to have something that I could do with my hands. And eventually, I kind of like the romanticized idea of taking kind of like a legacy skill that doesn't really get a lot of attention, doesn't really see a lot of mainstream love these days. And yeah, Cat got me into it, and I fell in love with it. It's so fun. And you really enjoy hearing me talk about it? Oh, thank you. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. But this is basically what I do. I take my pattern, I take my scratch awl, and I just trace out the shape. Oh, fun fact too. I'm left-handed, but because of Leathercraft, I got kind of good at using my right hand for transferring patterns. Because there's certain angles that you can't really do without rotating the piece. Can't forget to mark the spot for our snaps. Or sorry, for our magnet. And then what I also did too, you thought that was a lint roller? This is one of my favorite tools. This is a 2-pound nylon maul. It was very expensive, but this thing is a truck. I also thought you had a fancy lint roller. Oh, I'm sorry. Hi Ursa, how are you? Long time no talk. I'm so glad to see you. I hope you've been doing well. But yeah, this is not a lint roller. It's chunky. It's a very hefty lint roller, and well, it's got a lot of kinks in it, so I think if you tried to lint roll it, you might actually pull up a lot more lint than you intended to. I'm doing alright. Oh, glad. Good to hear, Ursa. So happy. I was thinking it'd be super funny because the stream is very ASMR. So you'd be like talking super calming and then like tongue. But I'm not at the point where we need to hammer a lot. So just wait. If I do this again, we'll get there. Soft spoken and then tonk. Yeah, I hope everybody's been having a good night, morning, whatever non-denominational time of day. Chill vibes with the occasional donk. Yeah. Sometimes you need the occasional donk to keep people in line. So true. It's crazy seeing you on stream with a cam and a microphone. I know, right? And I have hands. I knew I had hands. I know, right? For like the whole thing with WoW and never talking, it started as like a shyness thing, but eventually it just became a bit. So I stuck to that bit till the very end. Because if there's one thing I can do, it's commit to bits. The more people wanted it, the less I would. But yeah, I'm glad to see you, Ursa. Wait, don't move it. I forgot to punch my thing. Okay, we're gonna get another dunk. Are you guys ready? Dunk! I really hope that's all I needed. This one is gonna be a whole thing though. Okay. That screwdriver ice pick thing was Cass. Oh no. Yeah, this is my all. It's literally just a pointed metal barb. I use it to scratch. If only she would commit to the Twitch bits. Gotta get her to stream 3 more times in a month for that affiliate. I mean, look, I've got the requisite amount of hours, but I don't have followers. I'm not necessarily like trying to hunt for them, but if it happens, that'll be awesome. If not, that's okay too. It's rather all-inspiring. Really giving her all. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, never change, guys. I appreciate each and every one of you. Okay, are you guys ready for some donks? Because we need to make 4, because we're gonna mark out the anchor points for our shoulder strap. It's an all-purpose tool, but more limited than that suggests. Oh my god. I'm back again once more. Did I miss the troll bitch question? You did, Frost. But you can answer it anyway. Oh, excuse me. I don't know if the mic picked that up. But the BRB question today was, what is your favorite crappy restaurant? Oh yeah, thank you Anna for answering. Or for asking the questions. Yeah, it's donking time, combo donks, quad donking. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm gonna head to sleep. My allergies are murdering me. No worries, cat. Thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. You take care of yourself. Get some rest. Okay. Get the camera. I'm donking. Oh, this one's gonna be loud because it's right underneath the mic. Oop. My bad. Oh, I can't. Wait, the mic is in the way. Hold on. Lady Rachel dubs these Sir Donks a lot. Yeah. Good night, cat. Quad donks. So the other thing that I want to do with this is that I want to mark the center line. For the reason being that when I mark and punch the stitch line around, because of the way that it curves, I can't be for sure certain where this line is gonna land on the actual body. So I'll count my stitches because then I can kind of force them into place. It's very hand wavy right now, but it'll make sense if I get to show it on stream at some point. Dang, alright. For me was a place called Pharrell's, which had ice cream parlor and a restaurant way back in the day when I was in elementary school. That sounds familiar. Where was that? Pharrell's. I remember. Was that in Pro Ridge? No, that wasn't in Pro Ridge. Was it? I can't remember. That sounds so familiar though. Yeah, Pro Ridge is where the beer lab is today. It was a Pro Ridge, right? Right, that's right. Oh no, something went wrong. Oh no. I think it's still uploading. But it is getting kind of late. So I think what we'll do is we'll cut out our panels and then we'll probably end it there for tonight. Because alas, as much as I wish I didn't have to, I do have to work tomorrow. I'm debating on whether or not to replace my blade. I should. Also, I use a basic X-Acto knife blade for most of my cutting, but this handle is the best thing ever. This is a solid brass, like about like 6 or 7 ounce handle, so it has a lot of heft to it, which really makes it feel good in the hand. So it makes me feel like I can control it really well. But it's made by a company called Quarter Leather. So this is the box. But yeah, it's just a solid brass blade holder. Highly, highly recommend if you ever want to do some extensive work with an X-Acto knife. Love when the tool fits right. Oh my gosh, like, okay, before we cut these out, because you guys want to go a little bit longer, I will go on a little bit of a tangent here. I was never really a tool person until I started this hobby. But yes, finding the right tool is so important. And getting good tools is very important. Like, you can have a basic knife, you can get like a cheap aluminum X-Acto knife handle, right? But getting something like this really changes the way you interact and experience the tool for the better, I think. Like finding the right tool for the job, finding a tool that you find both aesthetically pleasing but also functional. For instance, I also have this knife. This is also a brass handled knife, but this is literally just a long shaft of steel that's sharpened into a point. And this has like a good heft to it. But the big problem with this one is that I have to keep sharpening the blade. It's not replaceable. Like, I like the design, I like the look. It's ambidextrous because I can reverse the blade. But I have to keep sharpening the blade. And that's fine. I have whetstones, I know how to sharpen a blade. But the convenience of just unscrewing this, pulling out an X-Acto blade, and then just getting a new one, bar none. But yeah, like finding the right tool, even like the right hammer. This is my 1/4 pounder. It is just a hammer. But the way it feels, the way it's shaped, everything makes a difference. I need to get on that with my art. I use default brushes because I'm lazy to experiment in my own settings. Yeah, like, it's tough sometimes. Because, like, you know, you don't want to break what's not fixed, or fix what ain't broke, right? So you can get complacent with what you have, and that's totally fine. If it works, it works. But sometimes you just gotta explore and you can find something really, really special out there. I'm your inspiration? I don't know about that. I have a feeling that inspiration is misplaced. But I will take it, thank you. But yeah, like, solid brass feels so good. My main knife is solid brass. My stitching chisels are also all solid brass. These were very expensive, but like, you pay for that quality, and when it comes to tools, you can't skimp on the quality. But yeah, you guys want to see? So these are my really, really nice stitching chisels. I made this case custom for it. Yeah. These are by a company called Cinebrox. They make really high-end boutique tools. This is a 10-tooth punch, but you can kind of see, hopefully you can see, the teeth are flat. This is what's called a French style punch. So all the teeth being angled in flat, that's a French style. But it's usually used for more like delicate style crafts. So a lot of like wallets or small leather goods, which is generally what I do most. But here I am branching out into bags and purses and stuff. It's so pretty. Yeah, it really is. You should have seen them when they were new and they were bright and shiny. Yeah, they look legit. You made a home for them. Yeah, I did. Okay, I tried to reclip it 3 times. I think it's a copyright issue. They deleted the clip because of the background music. Aw, shucks, I'm sorry. I should have rights to the song, so I hope it doesn't get copyrighted. But we'll see. The aesthetic of brass really gives it a comfy vibe. I don't know what they call it, but yeah. Yeah, it really does. Like, brass tools are really, really nice. And I like how they patina over time. Because this was really shiny. But yeah, I don't know. Oh, but you don't? Oh, so like, if you're the one that clips it, you have to have the copyright to it? So weird. I mean, that being said, I follow their instructions on how to properly credit the music. I linked my accounts to them, so hopefully you're okay. I don't know for sure though. I believe so. This is my clip, even though it's your content. It's to protect me. Oh, I see. So you don't get copyright struck. Oh, interesting. My VOD should be okay though. I guess we'll see. I never would have thought they handled it like that. But I guess it's to like stop people like making clips for like songs that they can just like go back and listen to or something. Well, wish y'all a great night. I started sneezing from dust. I hope you have a good night and sweet dreams. Thank you, Frost. Thank you for hopping in. I really appreciate it. The sound of the cut? I know, right? Like, there's a whole corner of YouTube that is dedicated to Leathercraft ASMR. It is like a whole thing. Also, yeah, I wanted to make a note of this. So what I'm doing here is I'm taking one of my scrap pieces of leather, and I'm butting it up against this. The reason why is because I'm left-handed. There are some cuts when I look. I have to make the cut from like a specific direction. So if I had my ruler here and I was trying to cut it, because the ruler does not have something on the side here to hold on to, it'll like flex. You see that? So I'm basically using a second piece of leather to butt up against it so that I can keep the ruler flat the whole time. That way I can make sure I get a straight cut. Yep, that's our first panel. This is our top flap. things are a mess. Just rubbing all this stuff off the desk onto me. One time I made a bracket out of 3/4 mahogany for a friend. I hand sanded it down to 1/2 so it'd be very smooth. But I had dust everywhere. It gets everywhere, right? Okay. Last piece. Ooh, okay. Awesome. So now we have all of our main body pieces. So we have our back panel, that will get stitched onto the flap. Yep. So it'll like fold over kind of like that. Look at that. Yay. We have our front panel and then our gusset. So the last thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna mark our center lines so that we know where the gusset gets oriented to the front and back panels. The pieces look great. Oh, thanks, Cass. So, again, 1, 2, 3 blocks. I'm going to be using them to essentially butt up against the side of this piece here, so that I can measure my side to it. That I can make sure that I'm perfectly aligned. And I can mark my centerpiece, or my center line. Alright. And that's that. It is almost midnight. I need to go to sleep. But yeah, that will probably be me wrapping up. All of these cutoffs go into the Cabbage Patch. Also listen to that sound. Thank you, and you did great. Aw, thanks, Cass. Yes, more leather ASMR. I mean, if you guys really like that, I could be convinced to do it more. The one thing is that because it is late at night, I probably can't do a ton of pounding, so I might have to do some of that off stream. But if you guys want to like hang out while I do stuff, especially when I'm stitching, that would be lovely. You loved it? Aw, thank you, Ursa. I'm so glad you were able to hop in. And then, yeah. So, there we go. We'll do some little, what is it called? Knolling? To, like, lay things out. Yeah. I would love to do for you to do this again. Yeah, this is actually quite a bit of fun. It was so much more chill, and I don't know. It was nice. I enjoy whatever you want to do though because it's fun. Aw, thanks, Cass. Yeah, well, with that, it's time for me to head to bed. I hope you guys all have a wonderful night. If you guys want to hang out, I think most of you are already in my Discord. But if you aren't, you can do an exclamation point Discord. There you go. And you can come join me in my streamer Discord. There's not that many people there right now, so don't be too excited about it. But yeah, you're more than welcome to come and hang out. I hope you guys all have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. This was a lot of fun. I'll probably do it again. And yeah, I love you all. I hope you have a wonderful night. Good night.